Welcome everyone to Synthesizer Sunday. So, you may notice that we have a patch already. Here, let's turn some things off. Yeah. I'm going to turn off the reverb. You may notice that we have a patch already. So, normally I like to start stream with a blank slate. However, I made this patch yesterday and I love it. I feel like it's the first patch I've done in a really long time that feels like an instrument. Even though it's like mostly generative and self-playing, What I mean is that, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it has like a lot of variation to it and potential. So this week I want to do something a little bit different, and what we're gonna do is just build on this. So first, why don't I tell you what we have going on here? And let's see. The funniest thing is, normally I don't hear my microphone in the monitors, but I hooked it up differently this week and I'm not sure why, and I can hear my voice now, and it's kind of it's kind of tripping me up. It's like, if there's any art fans in the audience, the Richard Serra and Nancy Holt piece Boomerang. Anyway, let's talk about the patch. So what do we have going on here? Some patch notes. So the first thing that you will notice is that we have organic sounds for the first time. We have some piano, and that is because we now have a new module, the Disting EX. And originally, I can't remember if I talked about this on stream last week, but originally when I was thinking about multi-sampling, I was thinking about getting the bit box, the 1010 bit box, because it just seemed like it was really good for multi-sampling. But then when I started to look into its actual text specifications, it was really limited in terms of how many samples each pad can hold. So like if you wanted to have a really nuanced multi-sample with like lots of different velocities and a broad range of notes, it turns out that that would be hard to do. And I looked into the Disting EX, which has a multi-sampling algorithm, and at least as far as just straightforward multi-sampling, it was clear that the Disting EX basically did exactly what I needed. So I was like, well, that's cheaper, and it does 1,000 other things, so let's just get that. So what do we have going on here? So at the heart of the patch, let's see, where are my... Okay, so the heart of the patch is Pam's. We have Pamela's new workout, serving as kind of like the brains of the operation. So let's see, we have, we're using Pam's to clock the Turing machine over here, the Music Thing modular Turing machine. And for those not familiar, it's basically a sort of random, semi-random sequencer. You can sort of adjust the amount of randomness, and mine has two expanders, one for pulses. It outputs various gates with different probabilities of triggering, and you can kind of get it to loop or not loop and be super random, or not very random at all. And let's see. So we're using Pam's to clock the Turing machine, and then we're going out of the Turing machine. And when I say out, that would mean the pitch out. So we're bringing the pitches that are part of the sequence out of the Turing machine, and then we're going into the Shockmont Tessera Taylor, which is just a simple octave switcher. So you can just very quickly go 2 octaves down or 2 octaves up. And that is then going into the input of the instro harmonig, our quantizer right down here, and out of the quantizer we have a gate. So basically, every time the harmonig changes the root note, so let's say the Turing machine sends a new note and it quantizes to a new note on the harmonig sends a gate, and we're using that gate to trigger the piano multisample on the Disting EX. Oh, also, hello everyone. Who is that in the chat? Say hello. Welcome. So, where were we? Yeah, so every time the root changes of the chord, we trigger the sample on the Disting EX. And then we have the first, second, and third of the chord going out into the pitch input of the Disting EX. So basically, we're just playing chords. And the multisample that we're hearing is one that I made. And it's a multisample, sort of like static snapshot, if you will, of the felt instruments Lecco piano. I think it's Lecco. They have different names for all the different instruments. So, yeah, so we have Lecco, and, oh, I think I know why. I think normally I wear my headphones and don't have things coming out of the speaker. Maybe that's why things seem different. I'm gonna go grab my headphones, 1 second. Okay. Oh yeah, so much better. Wonderful. So, let's see, where were we? So, how are my levels? My headphones are turned up kind of loud, so I think actually it's a little too quiet. Let me just turn up our main levels here so you can all hear me. Test, 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 test. Cool. Okay, so Pam's clocking the Turing machine, creating a randomized sequence, a very, very slow one. You know, you can, you can kind of see the red LEDs at the top there. Basically, when you see those shifting, that's, it's proceeding in the sequence. So very, very slow sequence. That is sending the random notes to the quantizer. The quantized chord that is generated from that quantized note is going into the multisample, and we are triggering the playing of the chord every time it changes. And I love that gate out feature that this quantizer has, because one of the challenges sometimes with modular is like the pitch changing mid-note, which sometimes you can play with, but if you don't want that, it can be super frustrating. So it's very, really handy. So that's the chain for the piano you're hearing. And then there's a lot of other things that I have muted right now. So we have this very clicky sort of like, just like full. I'm just gonna wear my influences on my sleeve. I've been listening a ton to the various Alva Noto Ryuichi Sakamoto albums the past few weeks. I don't know why. It's like I've known these albums for a long time. I've been kind of binging them for a while now. And so that's kind of where this like soft piano and like clicky glitchy rhythm thing is coming from. It's super influenced by them. Also, like, that clicky glitchy beat is also like a very like Ryoji Ikeda kind of thing. But yeah, so for those, super straightforward. On Pam's, we have two separate Euclidean patterns. One of them is on input 1, and we have, let's see here, let's see what our Euclidean settings are. We have 32 steps. The, wait, which one is it? Okay, so that one is a 32-step Euclidean pattern with right. So the number, this is interesting. Part of what makes it kind of like random is the number of, actually doesn't sound that random. The number of triggers in the pattern is being controlled by the control voltage going into PAMs. So now I'm changing the number of steps in that Euclidean pattern. And I think we talked about Euclidean rhythms last week, maybe? Did we? I think we did. The basic concept is you have a circle, imagine a circle, and you divide it like a pizza pie. That's the number of steps you choose to have in your Euclidean sequence, and then you choose how many triggers go into that sequence, and it will always try to uniformly distribute them. So when you wind up with like an odd and even like kind of mismatch, you can get these like very interesting rhythms, and then you put two of those together with different settings, and you get polyrhythms. So that's what we have going on here, two kind of different Euclidean patterns, and the basically what those are triggering. In one case, we have just like a fat square wave out of the troika here. You can see those white lights, that's the troika. And I really do need to work out a close-up camera situation. Maybe I'll have that done in time for next week. So yeah, just a basic square wave, and then also we have, oh wait, no, I take it back. Let's see, hold on. There's a lot of wires, so many wires. Let's see, where is this square wave going? It's going into VCA, and then VCA is going out right into the mixer. Yeah, so, yeah. So, wait, and where is that going? That is going here. Yeah, so the one that you hear in your left ear is just the square wave down here at the bottom. So I think we could kind of like play with it. I think it's so short that you don't even hear the pitch changing. Right, did I map that? Yeah, that's where it is. Oh, there you go. If you open up the VCA so it's not just like firing for like a microsecond, that's what's actually going on there. But we're just hearing the little clicks. Yep. So that's that. And the one that we hear in our right ear is, let's see, it's channel 3 here. And then what's going into that? That is well, that doesn't make any sense. So it's this filter here, but so if you can hear, I think it's this VCA, yeah. So, oh yeah, so it's just like a filtered version of the square wave. And sometimes I like make it like self-oscillate. But again, we just have that that trigger is like really tiny. I think what I did is I set the gate in PAMs. Well, first of all, we're not using any envelope. Let's see, I think I set the width. Yeah, I set the width of the pulse to 0%. So we're just getting the tiniest little microscopic click going into the VCA. Now, that's those two things. We already talked about the piano. Now, there's a few other things. Yeah. Right on cue. So we've got that nice low bass note that comes in now and then. Whoops, we're not ready for you yet. So the bass note, super straightforward. It's just this fat ass sine wave that I think we're doing some FM modulation on, if I remember correctly. But it's also coming out of Troika. There it is. Hear it again. So I'm just isolating it there in the mix. Yeah, just a nice fat sine wave with a lot of bass. Depending on what kind of speakers you're listening on, if you're on your phone or your laptop, it might be very subtle. But if you were listening to this like in your car or like on a good set of speakers, or if you have like your AirPods in or something like that, you'll really hear that like really punchy, not punchy, but powerful bass. Because it's like the only thing in those low frequencies in the mix. So, okay, that's that. And then we also, let's see, that's the piano, that's the clicky, that's the bass note. Yeah, so the only other thing in the mix is the occasional, very occasional little burst of noise, just like a and maybe it'll come in soon, maybe. I can increase its probability. Let's see, it's this one. So then let's go find the control voltage. That's number 6. So we're going to go to number 6 on pans. And we could also just increase the time division. Yeah. So I increased it to 4 times. So you can hear it's like totally random. So basically I have this one set to an 8th division of the main clock, and then it's a nice long pulse like that. And then I have the randomness set to skip it 85% of the time. So it just comes in now and then. Yeah, because like what I wanted to go for with this was, a nice combination of sort of like, I think I talked about that. Yeah, last week's patch, it really started from this place of wanting to just have some more nuance to what I'm doing. I think with modular, again, we talked about this last week, with modular, it can be really easy to just like get sucked into just like lots of stuff going on, and just like have lots and lots of sounds, and it's just so it's a fun creative challenge to just say like, okay, let's put something together that has more of a considered sonic palette, something with a little more sound design thought put into it. There's actually a couple other things I didn't mention. So the clicky percussion is being sent out to my sort of external effects here through the mixer with the effects sense, and I have them going through a compressor because I just found they weren't loud enough because they're just because they're these, like when it's firing for more than a microsecond, it's very loud. But when you just have that tiny little click, I just found it wasn't loud enough. It was maxed out in the mix. And actually, another thing that I realized, it was like such a basic thing, it was just like, okay, well, maybe just turn everything else down in the mix and then turn the mix up. Duh. But yeah, so they're going through a compressor, and then I have the compressor, that's actually all it's going through. There was a minute where I tried sending it through generation loss, but I found that while it was kind of like cool to be able to play around with the just the shape of the sound or the color of the sound through generation loss, it really it increased the duration of the click just enough that it felt less exciting. I don't know. It wasn't as snappy. So we took that out of the chain. Now the other thing we have in the mix here also is R-bar, the granular synthesis module. And I'm kind of cheating because I ran out of inputs on my mixer. And it's funny because I was just watching a demo on the mixer module that Instro makes, and Jason Lim was saying something about how like people often have different approaches to how they mix with modular. It's like you either do everything outboard with like an outboard mixer, or you do everything like in the module or in the synth rack. And he was saying that he prefers the latter, or the former rather. He prefers to do things outboard, but I don't. I really like having just like everything here, with the exception of the pedals, of course, the effects pedals. But man, if they made a modular version of Generation Loss, I would give them all of my money. But anyway, so I ran out of inputs, so I cheated, and I'm just putting the R-bar directly into the input for one of the effect sends. But there's nothing, like, it's just the return, so I'm basically just cheating and using that as an input. And that's actually what my voice is going through right now, because, like I said, ran out of inputs. Actually, I think, oh, yeah. So I'm cheating in another fun way. So, obviously I don't have an oscilloscope anywhere here, and I really wanted to use the one that I do have one. I have this like digital oscilloscope that I actually use for work. And I was like, well, these are BNC connections, so I could probably figure something out. And so basically I have these BNC to RCA 1/4 inch adapter, and then I have 1/4 inch cables that are 1/8 inch on the other end. And so what I did is that's plugged into one of the effect sends. So basically anything in the mix that I want to put on the oscilloscope, all I have to do is turn it up, send that through that effect send. So yeah, you can see here. So I think now if I turn, whoa, no, that's not what. Which one is this plugged into? There's so many cables. Oh, I accidentally. Oh, I see what the deal is. I'm using. Yeah, okay, so I can only use one of these inputs because I was sharing the oscilloscope with the compressor, which, like, that's not gonna work, because then anything I send to the oscilloscope will also go through the compressor. So, we're only gonna have one channel on the oscilloscope. Let's see, yeah, there we go. And what are we sending to it? The bass note, yeah. So you should see that light up. Let's see, channel 1. Yep, there you go. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, super fun. We have an oscilloscope now. Maybe I'll put it like, let's see if they're there. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe like over here. Is that better? Nah. We'll keep it over here. Okay, so like I said, I'm not ready to take this patch apart, which is weird for me. Like, usually that's one of the things I love about modular. You can kind of just like have a session, and it lasts for just that session. I like to kind of like tear things apart when I'm done, have a fresh start every time, because if it's not abundantly obvious, I'm not, trying to like make songs over here. I'm not like cutting hot tracks for a record or something. so like for me, it's just it's about the moment, and that's actually that's what I love about streaming. And it's like a great vehicle for that. It's like a sensible way to share it with people, other than instead of making a recording and then putting out a record. It just feels so limiting. And just like not really what I'm into. I don't know why the oscilloscope stopped working. Oh, wait, what? Control. Why? It's like the oscilloscope is paused. Hello? Hello? Maybe I'll try turning it off and on again. Nope. It's still paused. Oh no, it's going. It's going. Okay. So, yeah, so it's kind of a new thing for me, I'm not usually into just like refining a patch and like keeping a patch for a long time. But I think that this has a lot of room for development and improvement. The main thing that I think it's missing right now is I think the piano is too repetitive. There's just not enough variation. Like one of the cool things is because the octave switcher comes before the quantizer, anytime I change the octave on the octave switcher, it's not just going to change the note, but it's going to trigger the gate to play another note. So like anytime I change this knob, so like that's a performative element. And oh yeah, I mentioned the R bar, but I haven't showed you what it's doing. So that's a really I think this is basically wavetable mode. It's just a recording of the piano, basically. So, not the biggest fan of that. I feel like that's too, that just gets into, layering the same exact sound on top of itself, kind of like you would with delay or reverb or something. So that's something that we could play with, figure out what is a way that we could integrate the use of R-bar to add some more diversity and texture and just some more variation into this design that feels like it works and is not overpowering. The only thing is, I really don't. My knowledge of R-bar is not that deep. I know the basics in terms of, okay, well, this is how you record a sample, this is how you control the intensity and the length of the grains and the amount of spray, and this is how you change where the playhead is, and this is how you, this is how you add the reverb, where is my, oh, here it is. I have a fluctuating offset that we can send to the R-bar, and it turns the reverb on and off. That's actually kind of nice. In fact, I feel like if we could have that just come in like every now and then, that would be nice. So maybe instead of sending the fluctuating voltage to where is this coming from, by the way? Okay, so it's coming out of a VCA, and what is going into the VCA is an envelope. Wait, so Yeah, so I'm basically sending it an envelope. So it's sort of like controlling the knob in a more subtle way. But yeah, so we could control the dry and the wet with that. There we go. No. Oh, it's gonna take my microphone away. Period. There, it took away my... Okay. Well, if we're gonna do that, I'm not gonna be able to talk. Because I really and truly am out of inputs. Although, I guess what I could do is not use the oscilloscope, and then do the same thing I did with the R bar, and this one's like a cheat, and use the input of this effect send as the input from a microphone. Let's see if that works. Test. Yeah, it worked. Okay, cool. So now the microphone is independent of the R bar, which is ideal. Interesting. The mic sounds different now. I think that's because the R bar has its own analog gain stage and limiter, so it must have been just kind of like saturating the sound a little bit with some just nice analog sound. Okay, but now we can make it so that piano only so here, I'm gonna actually get rid of the regular piano so that you hear going back and forth between your left and right ears. We can make that come in and go away. Now we are triggering the envelope via PAMs. Okay. Now I don't understand why it's the third input. I'm looking at the envelope here. So it's not triggered currently, so I guess it's when it is triggered that we don't hear it. Yeah, so when it triggers, it goes away. But I think if we switch our... oh, it's not a VCA, it's an attenuator. So, this is great. If we switch our attenuator that the envelope is going into to bipolar mode, I think we can make it so that we hear the piano when the envelope is activated. So let's see. It's in bipolar mode now, it's in the middle. Okay. Now. Interesting, we're still hearing it. Why? Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work the way I thought it would. So, I think, so it seems clear that it switches to dry, meaning we mute the R bar when it's receiving voltage. So I think well, actually, something we could do is just give this a really long let's make it so it's a really obvious sound. Turn it up a little bit. Wait, why are we still hearing it? I'm gonna make it a little more frequent on pans. So it's divided by 4. Let's make it like 1x to the clock. Okay, so the envelope, it's, yeah, there's no way you can see the light from here, but it's hitting really consistently, so why are we still hearing it? I'm not hearing it go fully dry at all. Maybe let's take this attenuator out of the mix. I don't understand why. I think that's messing things up. Let's see. No, that's still doing nothing. Let's try sending an offset. Well, that works. Yeah, so I'm like basically sending it negative or positive. Oh, no, it's, yeah, so that way it's on, and that way it goes dry. But the question is, why is the voltage of an envelope different from the voltage of an offset from an attenuverter? Because why are we, like, right now we should not be hearing it. And it was working before. Maybe we gotta put this attenuator back into the mix. Or actually, let's use the one I was just testing with. Okay. And now, let's go out of the envelope into the attenuator. Attenuverter. Ah, there we go. Yes, it works. Okay, so when it lights up, we don't hear it. And if we do this, it's just always on. So we can work with this. So basically, let's get the division back down to divide by 4. So it's only triggering every now and then. Oh, the microphone, the little condenser microphone on the R bar. Yeah, if you have the input turned up but nothing plugged in, it has the microphone activated. We don't want that. The thing is, if we can't get it to the inverse of this, then we can't introduce randomness with bringing that sound from the R bar back in. Because the envelope can only last so long, and if we make it super random, then it's going to be not coming in, and then we're going to hear it more. So we need to figure out a way to make it so we only hear it when the envelope is active. I feel like we should be able to do that with this attenuverter. Yay! I did it. Wait, no. That's the opposite. Okay, when it lights up, we want to hear it. Right now it's still, we don't hear it when it lights up. So we want to hear it. Okay, it's lit up and we can hear it. Now when it goes away, does it fade away? It does not. How about now? So we don't hear it, it's not lit up. When it lights up, are we going to hear it? Or did I just turn it all the way down on the attenuverter? Yeah, I did. Maybe, let's try this. Nope. Dang. Well. What else? How else could we do this? Maybe... We could try just coming out of Pam's directly. What does that do? Ah! That's exactly what we need. Yeah, so I don't know why the envelope that I was making was the opposite of what we needed, but we are in luck, because if we come directly out of Pam's, it opens up, it's like opening up the VCA, basically, so we hear it when it's active. So now, we're going to do two things. First, let's make it a little more frequent, so we can hear it more often. Wait, why? Okay. So we're going to make it a fourth division. And we're going to change it from a gate to an envelope, so it has a nice little fade to it. And then we are going to keep the level the same, and then I believe with the offset, you're basically controlling, maybe not. I forget how to change the duration of the envelope on Pam's. Oh, it's width. Is it width? Let's see. I think that made it shorter, so let's go down lower. It's like not firing at all now. Why are we not? It's not firing at all. What happened? Oh gosh. Oh, the random skipping is turned like all the way up. We won't do that eventually, but not while we're testing. Okay. Width. Okay, I think I got it. Let's turn the randomness back up, because it's just triggering very frequently now. We're just gonna have to wait. So this is part of why I've been doing streams the way I had been doing, where we just like start from scratch and work our way up, because I think that's much more exciting than this. Because it's like once a patch gets to like this point, I feel like it's just so finicky, and I love doing that, but maybe not the most exciting thing to watch. But oh my gosh, it's taking forever for that to fire. Come on. There it is. Yeah, I think that works. It's not very long, but that's fine. So we can just manually turn it up. So the question remains, what sound do we want it to make, right? Now I know if you turn the length of the grains all the way down, it's supposed to be kind of like a wavetable. That's kind of cool. But not really what we need. So the other thing that I feel like this patch is missing, so we haven't dealt with the question of the piano in terms of, it just needs more range. And, you know, when I move this octave, it's like, well, I think that maybe that's the answer. Maybe it's just because it's just not moving up and down the keyboard, so to speak. It's kind of just, you know, changing chord shape right in the same place, pretty much. So I think we need to increase the range of the root note that we are sending to it, but the problem is I had the range too high before, and I found that when you're outside the range of what I have in the multi-sampler, it just doesn't play the note, which is good because I would prefer that versus it, you know, trying to stretch or compress to get a different pitch. I want my samples to be like organic as they were recorded. But obviously we have a lot more range to play with than we're hearing. So let's see. I think to do that, we need a reference. Oh, I know what we can do. We're not using Platts for anything. So we can send the output of the Turing machine. Okay, let's all remember the... Oh wait, no. Okay, so the out of the Turing machine, and we're not going to hear the piano anymore now, is going to go in the volt per octave of Platts, and then we're going to come out of Platts, and where are we going to send Platts? Let's just borrow the white noise. its spot on the mixer. So let's remember, this is the white noise. And I'm going to turn this off so we don't get smashed in the face. Okay. So this is the range of pitches that we're getting out of the Turing machine. And let's increase the clock we're sending to it so we don't have to wait so long to hear the next note. Okay, that's number 5. Okay. So, I mean, that's funny because that doesn't sound... That's kind of a lot of range, no? I mean, to me, that sounds like it's changing several octaves, so why... I wonder, could it have to do with the octave knob? Let's do the exact same chain we were doing before. So we're going to go out of that, into this. No, it's the same. Okay, but that's, so if that's the range, if the range of the octave knob is the range that we want, and we know it is because we heard it and it sounded good, that's the range we want to get out of the Turing machine. Like, all the way that low, and all the way that high. So, I'm just going to, there's a knob here for the scale, and it basically controls the range. So let's just start increasing that. I'm going to increase the clock even more. I wonder if that's going to be too high. It seems like... It's like... It's supposed to only increase the range of notes, but I feel like it's also... it's like playing the low notes less frequently. Maybe not. Well, let's go back to normal. I think it was at 8th division. So, we're going to, oh my goodness, goodbye, thank you. And we're going to go back into the piano, or the, the piano, the quantizer. Okay, let's see. So the thing that we want to see is, not only are we getting more range, but I want to watch, there's a little LED that I can see every time the gate fires, and I want to make sure there's a note played every single time. Because if we're out of range, then we won't get that. Yeah, I think it's too high. Yep, it's going out of range. I can see it. That's okay. We'll use, oh yeah, we're still in the octave switcher, so we can just bring it down. That weird glitchy sound you hear is the, it's actually the quantizer. I don't know why. I don't know why it does this, but now and then it's like, it kind of glitches out. And it's like it can't decide which note it wants to be on. I don't know why it does that. And you just kind of have to play with the attenuator until it goes away. Ugh, yeah. See, it's doing it right there. And it's doing it again. It's the worst, because when it does it, it's like not playing. It's like playing two chords back and forth, like at like 30 frames per second, so you don't get one chord, you get this weird dissonance. And the thing is, if you put the attenuator at the middle, I think we just get nothing. Yeah, I'm getting nothing now. I mean, if I move the transpose thing, we do, but... So I need to open the attenuator. There, I've like moved it barely. Yeah, I think it's attenuating out most of the notes. Maybe that's also part of the problem why we're not getting enough range, because I've had the attenuator so closed. Because I feel like I have to, otherwise it starts glitching out. Because it's not glitching now. Like, it's good. Okay, when I open it a little bit more. Let's see if that's stable. So far, so good. Yeah, it's still, there's like no range. It's playing, again, just like in the same place on the keyboard. Whereas like we know that's not what's coming out of there. Like, let's check it. So, we're gonna go out of plats, into 1 volt per octave. So this is what we're actually getting. Make it faster. Yeah, we're getting, yeah. So it's not, the issue is not what we're sending, because as you can hear, it's a crazy range. And maybe the problem is now it's too much range, so now when we open the attenuator, it's like, whoa. So let's bring it back down. Bring the range down. Oh, I guess we could do the same thing with the piano, technically. It's gonna sound super weird, but... yeah, I mean, listen to that. There's no range. So let's open the attenuator. There we go. But it's going too high, so let's lower it. We could also just transpose. Okay, let's slow it down. Let's see if it's actually... I have a feeling it's going to be glitching out like crazy, because the attenuator is all the way open, and I know that when that's the case, it usually just freaks out. Yep, it's glitching. I don't know what to do about this. I was doing a little searching, and I found somebody on I think it was somebody on Reddit, who had the exact same problem, but for them, they said that it was only when they had the attenuverter in the negative direction. But this is, and I tried that earlier, and I found that actually it was the same. Like when I put it in the positive direction, I was like, oh yeah, it's not happening now. But it is now, so why? Why? Yeah. It doesn't matter where the transpose knob is. It has nothing to do with that. So, I don't know. Do we fuss with the scale knob on the Turing machine? Or... I feel like there has to be some kind of calibration or something. This just doesn't seem like how a quantizer should work. Like the whole purpose is for it to decide which is the closest note, right? I mean, if something is like halfway between this note and that note, it shouldn't just like freak out. You should just pick one and stick with it, right? I'm gonna send a clip of this video to Instro and be like, what am I doing wrong? Help. So I'm playing around with the scale knob on the Turing machine to see if we can get the glitching to go away without touching the attenuator, because I want to keep it all the way open. I want to get the full range of notes that we're getting out of the Turing machine. Okay, that note didn't get fired. That must have been out of range. Doesn't seem... God, I jinxed it. I was just gonna say it doesn't seem to be glitching anymore. And then it immediately did, as the words were coming out of my mouth. Alright, I've turned the scale knob way down on the Turing machine. Let's see what happens. Okay. It's very low. We can make it a little bit faster. I feel like maybe we need to attenuate it a tiny bit, because like some of these notes, it's like we're getting too much range still. Should I just turn down the scale knob more? And get rid of the transposition. It's more range than we had before, that's for sure. I'm gonna just turn the scale knob up just ever so slightly. Ah, it's glitching again. Maybe I'm gonna attenuate it just a tiny bit. You know what though? I want to make sure Because, like, when it's glitching now, I'm actually not seeing the flickering of the notes down here on the quantizer. Like, I almost feel like the glitch that we're hearing now is a different glitch. Oh, maybe it's because we're triggering it so quickly now that the multi-sampler is like reaching its maximum number of polyphony. But no, it wouldn't glitch out. It would just like not play more notes. It would like fade out the previous, because I think it has a 8-note polyphony, and we have a 3-note chord. So let's see, 2 chords in a row. That's 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, on the 3rd chord it plays, it would have to drop one of the previous notes. Let's just slow it back down again. Okay. Yeah, when I heard that glitch just there, it was not doing the flickering light thing on the quantizer. You know, and the other thing we can do is go out of the, we can test with the plats again. Oh, and it's in tune. Nice. So what I want to hear, I want to hear the piano glitch and see if we hear Platt's glitch at the same time. Because if we do, then we know it's the quantizer. And of course now it's not going to do it. I mean, I'm not complaining that it's not glitching. But I know the second that we move on, it's going to start glitching again, and then we won't have this reference to know what's going on. I think it maybe did have to do with how fast we were triggering it. Because I think now that we put it back to this being this slow and infrequent. Oh, speaking of which, I think maybe, did we turn down the random skipping? R-skip, yeah, R-skip is all the way down. Let's turn that back up. Oh wait, no, we can't, because this is the clock for the Turing machine. We can't have that randomly skip. I mean, the Turing machine does have its own random skips. I don't think that we have control over how many notes are in the sequence. I think we only have control over the level of randomness. So if we want less frequent, I think we just need to slow it down more. So let's make it divided by 16, I think. That's going to be too infrequent, I think. I don't know. It's still pretty fast. I feel like our range is kind of gone again now. You know? We're only getting these high notes. What if we turn scale all the way down? Are we getting nothing now? No notes. No notes. I love the pedal sounds on the piano multi-sample. You can hear the pedal releasing. But it's funny because, each note is individually sampled, of course. That's what the whole point of multi-sampling. And so the pedal sounds are from, they don't happen every time, but when they do happen, it's specific to one note. So when we're playing these chords, you can sometimes get this thing where you hear like multiple pedal releases on the piano, which is kind of cool. Okay, so when the scale's all the way down, we get nothing. Okay, now it's up a little bit. Yeah, so let's just turn it back up. And then now let's just transpose down with using the quantizer's transposition. Okay, that's way too low. It just glitched, but we didn't hear it on plats. Okay, so that glitch, we only heard the piano sample itself getting garbled. Plats was just like rock solid. So that seems like the glitch, like when we don't see the notes flickering on the quantizer, but we're hearing that glitch, that has nothing to do with the quantizer. That seems like it has everything to do with, although I think for consistency's sake, we should also be triggering plats with the gate, because maybe it could be related to the gate that we're sending to the piano. I'm referring to it as the piano. It's the distant EX. It's the piano. I feel like that's all I'm ever going to use this module for is multi-samples. How do I get this VCA, their built-in VCA, to be more open? Just turn it up so we can hear it more. Oh, I could make an envelope with this. That's what we'll do. Ah! Go away. You can hear it again. Okay. But this, but if we're doing this, if we're creating an envelope, that's not the same as using the exact same gate that the piano is getting. I mean, you know what? Whatever. I'm not gonna use stream time to troubleshoot something stupid like this. If it's glitchy right now, it's glitchy. A little glitchy never hurt anyone. Let's just embrace it. Okay, so the other thing that I think is missing from this is our clicky clicks. Oh, one is still going through the compressor. Oh, no. It's gone now. I feel like they're too predictable. Even though, like, yes, they are, like, kind of polyrhythmic. There's always there. They're always at the same volume. Like, I really wish there was a way we could, like, just every now and then make them kind of glitch out. Oh, speaking of glitching out, the white noise can go back to its home, where it was before. whoa. What is that? That was definitely the quantizer. I could see the lights flickering like crazy. It glitched out like crazy. I wonder if it would do it in performance mode. Oh gosh, I don't even know if I know how to go and get into performance mode. I need to study this manual more. But yeah, you know, it's like our little clicky clicks. I wish I could do something more with them. Why? Oh, there we go. We could do about that. Like, we can't do that with Pam's. Like, there's nothing I could do with the settings on Pam's to, like, make it just, like, occasionally, like, lose its mind and, like, go crazy. I do have this burst module, and I was kind of playing around with that before. I don't know. I don't know. Part of me is wondering, like, with my setup as it is today, like, is this as far as I can take this patch? You know, because I feel like I'm like, well, if I had delay, and if I had distortion, some kind of distortion and delay, something we could do is, like, send the clicky clicks through distortion and delay, and have that distortion and delay, like, just trigger totally sporadically, like, very seldomly. Like, that's one way we could do kind of what I'm talking about. Or, oh my god, yep, look at the quantizer. Freaking out, it's freaking out. Whoa. That was crazy. Okay. Note to self, I'm waving like this, so when I look at the VOD and I send this to Instro, this is the moment where that crazy glitch happened. That was the best example I've ever seen of it. But yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, the other thing is I'm really out of inputs for sound, because I'm like, well, I'm not using the best and most Ederus alter. I could do something super glitchy with that happens every now and then. Oh, we could send that into the R-bar. Hey. But now, how do we need to trigger it very infrequently. I have an idea. The bursts, not bursts, the pulses panel on the Turing machine, it basically has this like left column of plugs where I think that they all have like a similar probability, but then you just see it they all lit up just there. The ones on the right side, they're combinations. So basically this one only triggers in the event that number one and 2 trigger at the same time. And like this one is like even more infrequent because it's like it only lights up when 1, 2, 4, and 7 all light up. So what we could do is use that one and send that to the burst module, and that will basically take the trigger and send like a flurry of triggers in its wake, so to speak, and we can use that to trigger the best elicitor salter. So basically, every now and then, it's gonna lose its mind. I guess to test it, we can plug it into something that's way more frequent. Let's see. Of course. Come on. Oh my gosh, come on. That's so dumb. Okay, I'm gonna make it way faster. Oh, and I guess we can just do this to get the sound. Oh my gosh, okay. Ah, stop. Okay. Let's get the sound designed first. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. I feel like that really wants to go through reverb. We could send that. Oh, well, we're sending it through the R bar, and the R bar has reverb, so there you go. Boom, 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 boom. Let's send it an offset to enable the reverb. feel like that's still not it. Ooh, that was kind of nice. Ooh. Too loud. Let's hear it again. Okay. So, that's in the mix. But yeah, I still feel like there's just something missing. And I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder. I wonder if making. No. I was thinking, what if we like drop the clicky percussion stuff out now and then, but that's not the answer. I don't know. I don't know if I can solve this one. I feel like I've done everything I can do with this patch in terms of like sonic diversity and just like interesting stuff going on and like some performative elements. But I just don't really, I don't know. I don't know what else I can do. I feel like the only tools I have left at my disposal, like the R bar, I think, One thing that could be nice would be strings. I think at this point we have a lot of digital stuff going on. You know, we have like the glitchy clicks, we have that like sine wave bass that comes in, we have this like that noise that's going to happen very seldom. We also have, wait, is the white, I feel like we haven't heard the white noise in like a really long time. Where is that coming from? That is coming from here. Oh, there, that was it. I think that's a good sign that it's a subtle mix. I'm like, wait, I didn't hear it, but if you listen, it's there. You know, so there's all of that, and then there's the piano. But I feel like strings maybe could be a nice thing to round it out. It's a very different texture. It's another layer of like organic sounds. The only thing is, I don't know how. I do have a really nice Felt Instruments VST for cello, or I think it's actually like a string quartet. But I've never sent sound out of my computer to the rack. And I'm trying to think of how we would even do that. Again, being out of inputs. think the one way we could do that would be, I would plug my microphone into my audio interface instead of the synth, and then we would be sending out of the computer, we would route the microphone and the computer audio to go into the synthesizer, and we would go in through here where the mic is currently plugged in. That would work. Oh no, I don't have 1/4-inch cables that are long enough. That was actually a real part of why I was late for streaming tonight, was because getting 1/4-inch cables to go from the synth to the computer was a real adventure. I really need to order some more. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't. Oh, actually, I just had an idea. I have a headphone jack for my computer that is very close by, and that we could come out of that, we could just use this and I won't have a microphone, or we could lose that sound. And use the input of the R bar instead. That actually would be nice, because then also we could sample the strings with the granular synthesis. This is fun. I think let's do that. So, first things first, we need a cable to go from the headphone jack into the synth. And, oh, yeah, and for that we don't need a 1/4-inch cable at all. We just need a regular modular size cable, 3.5 mil. Let's see. Also, what are these? Oh, one of these is the compressor. I wonder how critical that really is. Let's see. Let's unplug it. Yeah, that's not worth it. That's not worth losing an input. I think it's really only being used to boost the clicks in the right ear, so we don't really need that. Okay, so we're getting rid of that. So now we actually have a stereo input on the mixer now. The only thing is, I don't know if I have the right adapters to go from the headphone jack out to two mono inputs like that. But we definitely have at least one, so I'm gonna run and grab that, and mysterious visitor who has not chatted, who is watching, you can enjoy hearing the synth play itself. In the meantime, I'm gonna grab a cable. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. I think we are in luck. So, here's what we're gonna do. The mission is simple. We are going to unplug the analog headphone jack out on my computer. It was plugged into my speakers. And we're going to plug that into our reverb pedal first. Actually, no. Scratch that. First, I want to test just going right into our bar. So, yes, it works. That, here. Yep, that's my computer. That's the volume changing on my computer. So, beautiful. Now, let's open my DAW. No reverb for now, so we can just make sure we know what's going on. And we're going to use the key step because I don't have any other way of controlling instruments on my computer. And this is one of the reasons, you know, although I would love to just do everything only in the synth, just like doing the deep dive on multi-sampling and learning like what's really possible has really it's sobered me up a little bit, and so really a more robust way of integrating, well, in this case it wouldn't be multi-samples, it could actually be live performing the VST instrument. The more robust way would be to have a CV to MIDI module, and Expert Sleepers makes one of those. So basically, we'd be able to take any voltages, anything that we're doing here on the modular, and send that to the computer as MIDI to control the VST instrument. That would really be the way to do it, even though, you know, like I said, I like the purity of modular and doing everything here, but if you want to start to really integrate lots of like very not complex samples, but very layered and well, yeah, I guess complex samples. That's just really a better way to do it. So let's see. So the key step needs a USB cable, and I have one of those on the other side of the room. Be right back. Okay. USB cable acquired. I had to go to my attic to get it. Alrighty. Let's get this key step plugged in. Just make sure. Does this work? Yeah. I don't know why it's so quiet. Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, let's change the instrument to our cello. And the nice thing about this is that Felt Instruments has, oh, actually, I think something we could try is, let's see if we can add a source. One moment. Now, I want to see if I can show the Felt Instruments control interface. Okay, I'm going to add a display capture, add a new source. Oh, wonderful, there's my entire monitor. To window, and bum. make mistakes. Welcome. I don't know why the chat window is so stretched out. Crop manual. Crop left, 500. Crop right, 1200. There we go. This is starting to work. Crop bottom, 300. Professional streamer, folks. Let's crop right some more. 1500. 1800. Perfect. Crop left. This is so dumb that I'm doing this live on stream. It's okay to make mistakes. Thank you. Oh, I think I'm covering up the chat box now. There we go. Why is that so stretched out? Let's fix that. There we go. Alright. Yeah, so this is the interface for the Felt Instruments cello VST. And there it is. The only thing though is, you know, because I don't have the kind of module I was talking about, to send voltages from the synth to MIDI to the computer to control the instrument, because all I have is this key step. I can't do this generatively. Like, I actually have to play it myself, which is like, I don't like doing. You know, that's why I do generative modular stuff. I like to build a system that does a thing and kind of curate that and sit back and let it go. Crop top. Let's crop it a little bit more on the left. 750. That's nice. Crop on the top. Let's make that 90. Crop on the bottom. Let's make that 350. Let's make that 100. Okay, beautiful. Boom. Bing, bang, boom. Oops. Breaking everything. Okay. So, that's cool. So now you can kind of see the computer element. And, whoops. I didn't realize I can't move that. There we go. So, yeah, as you can see, all kinds of cool, things you can change with Felt Instruments. I love their interface. So let's see. They have different models. So that one's called arcs. Ooh, I think pizzicato. They have this really cool pizzicato one. Oh, Gypsy Pizz. I think that's it. Whoa. Maybe not the one I was thinking of. That's so dumb. Maybe it's this one, Trills? No. Pointillist Sustains? Oh, I think this might be it. It's so quiet though. I wonder, can I turn up the overall volume in GarageBand? Yes, I can, but that's as loud as it can get. Although, no, I could probably add some more plugins to boost the volume. Let's see. I could EQ it. Oh no! My plugin went away. But yeah, let's see. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Let's get our cello back. There we go. Alright, alright, alright. I don't hate that. But maybe let's play with the reverb here instead of an R bar. Let's see. Do sustains. Salt has a trills. See, this is where if I was an actual musician, I could do something really cool. But yep, that's not me. So that's kind of fun, and I can pretend I'm a musician and play along. But I think since we're going into the R bar, let's get rid of the reverb so we can hear what we're doing. Let's focus on finding something that would make sense to record into the R bar and use granular synthesis around, in addition to sort of playing accompaniment. So let's see. I mean, I like this for kind of playing along with it, but let's use a different sound to go into the granular. Ooh, I love how, and actually, this is another thing about, I was talking about the analog gain on the R bar. Jason Lim in the tutorial was explaining that it also has an analog limiter, so like you can just like blast this input and like totally oversaturate it, which we're doing right now, and like that's what you're getting, this like way that like distorted sound at the end there, which I really like. But that's because we're like kind of oversaturating the input. But we're not going to get any digital clipping, which is nice. So I think what we want to do is basically come up with a chord and then play those notes one at a time while recording it, because then with the granular synthesis, we can kind of like play that chord in interesting ways with the module. So this is where actual music theory knowledge would be useful. So I'm just going to kind of feel it out, and I'm going to play some wrong notes probably, but that's okay. I mean, that works. It's too quiet now. It seems like our options are either too quiet or blasting, like, and getting distortion. Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah, because I don't really have anything... I don't have anything in the modular that I could use right now to boost that signal. Okay, let's go with that. I feel like the attack is too, because like it's only a 10-second recording on the R bar, and we need something that's like a little more aggressive, I think. Not, what was Ricochet? No, that's too subtle. That's even slower. I mean, this is this VST is really meant for subtle sounds. It's not meant to like hit you in the face. But I really want it to like start. Too delicate. Maybe that one? It's counterintuitive because like it's already like it's not granular, but it's like it's already kind of like broken up into little things. But it is very instantaneous with the attack. Okay, maybe. Let's go back to the show. Okay, so that's tremolo bursts. I think that's the closest we've gotten so far. tried this one. Yeah. Yeah, I think we've tried all of them at this point. Yeah, I feel like, again, it's unfortunate because all of the strong sounding ones are already like very pizzicato, and that's just not ideal, I think, for sampling for the granular. And this one's really loud, I think. Yep. Yeah, that's a no. That's a pass. That might work. It's still slower than we need, but we can totally record each of those notes within 10 seconds. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, I see what the problem is. I had the volume on the output of the module turned all the way, not all the way down, but very far down. So yeah, we can get a much cleaner, not blown out sound out of this. There we go. I think that'll be good. Whoops. Our cello went away. There we are. I think that's good. Okay. I am ready to record. Okay. So, you can't really see it, but so it's right here. So I'm going to hit the capture button, and then you'll see the light kind of go from left to right over the course of 10 seconds. So that will be it recording. Let's see, we have dub and everything turned all the way down, so we should be good to go. Let's try it. Okay. I think that might actually be awesome. Let's see. So now, let's just throw an LFO on the dry to wet mix. But we're basically going to want to do what we were doing before in terms of when we were trying to very occasionally change between the dry and wet before. Oh, and I think we actually still have that set up on Pam's. Let's see. Yeah. It's a little... I wish it would fade out more. let's make it more infrequent. And that's output number 2. Actually, for now, well, first let's figure out what we want it to do. You know, we can automate the scanning of the playhead. And what if we throw the reverb back on there? Oh, nope, that's dry wet. There we go. Yeah, we're not there yet, but I think this is exactly what was missing. So that's, you know, we're basically scanning back and forth and back and forth. That's too predictable, so we need something a little more random. I mean, I think we could just do that. We could just change from an envelope to the random voltage output type on PAMs. Wait a second. Oh. we weren't using PAMs, we were using an LFO. Okay, here we go. Now let's see. Yes, perfect. So now you can see it's like jumping to random spots on the playhead. But then we're not going to be able to control the dry wet thing. And we can make it more frequent, so it's jumping around more. One of the things I love about this module is how anytime you drastically change anything, with a couple of exceptions, it basically like eases over to where you've gone. So like if I change from like this side of the intensity knob all the way over to the other really fast, it'll do it, but it kind of like eases into it. It's really, it's good for performative stuff like that, you know? Because sometimes with some modules, sometimes you want things to be instant and like, you know, like I flip a switch and I want it now. But sometimes, I don't know, I find when you're performing, it can be a little nerve-wracking because it's like, I don't know how sensitive this knob is, or something, you know it's really sensitive. But yeah. So now I'm just kind of playing around with the granular settings. I'm playing around with the intensity, which basically defines like how frequently it's like spawning new granules or new grains. Granules. I think they're called grains. So if it's all the way in the middle, we're like constantly hearing grains. And then there's the grain length. So right now it's pretty long. You can like actually hear some of the like notes being bowed. Oops, it looks like the levels are a little hot in OBS. Okay. You know, so we can turn the grain length down. So we're hearing these really short samples. And you can see how they're kind of like all over the place. So that's the spray. So if I turn the spray down, they're staying closer together. And then where it's jumping around on the playhead, that's currently being controlled by the random voltage output on PAMs. And I think something we could also do is we could even add, oh no we can't. I was just gonna say it's like cool that like you can attenuate the scan while it's also randomized. So like right now I have it all the way to the left, so it's like kind of staying like basically from the middle to the left, or if I turn it all the way up, then I think it's like staying more to the right, or staying all the way to the right apparently. But then it's like if it's in the middle, we start to see it go kind of all over. And I was thinking, oh, it would be cool to like move that around, and it's like, well, we can't because we're already plugged into the control voltage with the random stuff. You can't double attenuate something. There's also I think the button, oh, you can see it lighting up. There's this button you can press to manually spawn grains. So like if I turn the intensity all the way down, you don't hear anything. But then I can press that. Oh, actually, that's a really smart way to have it be more intermittent. Instead of trying to control the dry and the wet mix so that you only hear this intermittently, instead we control the grain spawning ourselves. So I think actually that would be the perfect use case for what we were talking, or not perfect application of what we were doing before with sending a Turing machine pulse to the burst module. Literally perfect, because then every now and then we'll get a burst, and that's what I was doing here. It's just like you kind of like press it, press. Okay. Yeah, you like press. So that's exactly what the burst module does. And I wonder, does it light up when it's triggered from the control voltage? We'll find out. Yeah, it does. Cool. So we can see how many pulses we're sending. So let's send it more pulses. We're getting there. I want to make the grains a little shorter. And I think actually make it a little slower. The rate of the pulses a little slower. And even more pulses, honestly. I think that might be good. So now, instead of plugging into 1, which is very high probability, we'll use the 1, 2, 4, 7, so it'll only happen very infrequently. And of course, it happens the instant I say that, of course. But the cool thing is you still have manual control over it. That's the thing I love about Instro modules is like, you have so much control of automation, but then you still have this like performative control. Not everything has stuff like that. They do that really well, and I don't have any make noise modules, but it seems like that's something that they also do really well. Like a lot of their modules have those like touch sensitive pads on them. Okay. I might make it more frequent. We're like never hearing it now. I don't know. Let's pick this one. It happens instantly. I think I want to play around with like, can we change the pitch or something? Unfortunately, it's as loud as we can get it. Because we're cheating and using the effects send. We have no control over the volume, I think. We don't have any independent control over the effects send volume. And the volume is maxed out on the R bar. And I want, actually, I want the pitch to be changing even less frequently. I almost want it to be only one tone when it comes in, so I'm turning the division on PAMs from 4 to 8. Obviously, you could do something more like a sample and hold. You could like use the trigger, that is triggering the burst. You could use that to sample and hold the voltage that PAMs is sending, but this is. I don't think it's that important. Or maybe, I don't know, that's actually not a bad idea. So, let's see. We will take the burst, or not the burst, the trigger, and then we're going to split that. We're going to send it all the way over here to this sample and hold module, and then instead of going direct out of PAMs, we're going to go out of PAMs and into the sample in on the sample and hold, and then we come out of that and into the R bar. So what we should see now is every time we see a cluster of grain spawns, it should jump to a different note. There it is. And it should stay there. Yep. Perfect. But now that we're doing this, I like that low pitch, so I think we should actually re-record and record something that's already a low pitch. So let's go all the way to dry. There we go. Our cello is still there. Okay, let's go as low as we can. wrong note. Okay, I think I'm ready to re-record. Okay, are we ready? Ready! Okay, let's go. No, I played a wrong note and I was too slow. Let's do it again. Actually, let's start the note before we hit record. We don't need the beginning of that note in particular. Wait, oh no, what happened? The note stopped. I was too slow again. Oh wait, actually, that's weird. The light, the playhead goes away, and it looks like it's ended, but then the capture light stays on for like 2 seconds more. I wonder if it's actually recording more. Okay, let's do this again. What is going on? I think, is it the velocity on the... Yeah, you have to like really punch the note to get a sustained note on this one. Like if you just gently touch it, you get one bow stroke, which is cool. Like that would be something fun to multi-sample. Okay, but yeah, I guess I gotta smash the notes. Okay, I'm ready. Ah, wrong note, damn it. Shoot. Okay. This one, that one, and that one. Yes, we nailed it. Okay. Let's hear what we have now. Ooh, it's louder. That's good. Now, can we pitch this down? Oh yeah. Oh, get out of town. That's nice. The annoying thing about this pulse module is if you turn it to like the maximum number of pulses, and then you're like, I want them to be faster, it means you're getting less pulses. Because it just is going to play as many, like it's a static amount of pulses. Like, I don't know, is it like 4, or like 10, 15, 20 pulses? Okay, that seems like it's a good setting. And let's see, is it moving the pitch around? Or not the pitch, the playhead. Yes, it is. And the other cool thing about R-Bar is it actually has a 1 volt per octave pitch control, so we could actually, what we could have done is just played one note, and then we could like split the root note of the chord and play that note. I mean, I think this is fine, but in the future, could do something like that. I think some more reverb would be nice. More reverb. It's like the modular equivalent of more cowbell. Whoa. Whoa. That's a lot of reverb. So, this is the thing though, that's still too frequent. I feel like the thing that is stopping this patch from being like a perfect generative patch that has like, oh hello, yes, big swell. Yeah, basically it's, we sampled the cello onto the R bar at like a low pitch, and then we pitched it down more, and we're sending it a bunch of we're spawning grains manually. But like what I was saying is, I feel like there's a lot of good things going on here, but they're all going on at the same time. Like the thing that would make this great would be if we had automation around what is coming in when, and we could really stretch that out. And that's how you wind up with having like, you know, parts to it, not like parts of a song, because that's not, you know, what we're trying to do here. And I'm just trying to think, like, what is missing for that? I think slower LFOs, maybe. Like, I know that that's one of the reasons a lot of people like maths, the maths module, because it has an LFO that can go as slow as 25 minutes. So that's cool. You know, you could basically dial it in and be like, okay, well, the cello's only going to come in like every 10 minutes or something, or like between 10 and 20 minutes. Whereas now, I think my criticism of how far this has gotten is that, like, yes, there are intermittent things. It's not like everything's all happening at once, but it feels relatively predictable. And I don't know. I think with what I have, I think maybe this is the best that we can do. Like, the only other thing, in terms of like modulation or like logic control, the only other thing really that we have is, I have this LFO module up here, and I know, I'm pretty sure you can do some interesting self-patching things with it, but its slowest LFO is not super slow. So yeah, in terms of long, intermittent things, actually, I just had an idea. I have 2 sequential switches. So, if we wanted, for instance, to make it so that the big cello swell, let's see. Well, yeah, so this solves one problem. What we can do is we take the trigger, okay, where are we here? We take the sampled and held trigger, instead of going directly into bursts, we go into our sequential switch. Right? Wait. We're coming out of this. Yeah, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. That's gonna go into one of the outputs on our sequential switch. And we're not gonna put anything else in there. And we're gonna make it be a four-step sequence. Now the number doesn't matter particularly, but now what we can do is well, first we have to go back out of the sequential switch and back into our burst module. There it is. Right? Yeah, when the 6 lights up, that's like getting triggered. But now what we're going to do is we are going to, yep, there it is. We are going to take one of the low probability pulses and send that to the trigger of the sequential switch. So what that's going to do, see, now it's moved on to the other inputs, and there's nothing going into those. So now, even if 6 triggers, so in the past it would have played the swell, it's not going to because it's not on the input on the sequential switch that the trigger is going into. So now, okay, we're back on that input, but we're not getting anything. There it is. Okay, we got one. But I'm pretty sure that the odds of that are low. Because now, oh, there's another one. Okay, now it's switched inputs. So no cello. Still no cello. We're taking what is already a random probability of the cello playing, but we're then basically putting it into another probability. We're basically giving it a probability window. We're giving it like a window of opportunity, but that window is random. So between the fact that the cello playing is random and that the window of opportunity is random, we should hear it way, way less. I think I want to hear it even less. Okay, so now we have the 4-7 changing our sequential switch, and then the trigger is actually now plugged into the 1, 2, 4, 7. So every time 4 and 7 light up, it will change inputs on the sequential switch. However, the trigger that is going through number 1 on the sequential switch will only play if 1, 2, 4, and 7 are all lit up simultaneously. So I think we now have like a very, very low probability of hearing the cello swell. Now, I feel like the thing that is still bugging me is the, how repetitive the clicky pulses are. Oh, that's so funny. I thought I heard my dog barking. And I was like, what is she barking at? She's like doing these little baby barks. Like, and she really doesn't bark, but it's the pedal. It's the sound of the piano pedal. Yeah, she's chilling. Okay, but yeah, so how can we make I don't know how to solve the problem of the clicks being repetitive. Like, I like the polyrhythm, I like the kind of like, ooh, there's our cello. And now it's gone. And we're not going to hear it for a while. So, actually, I'm going to bring that back up. But yeah, with the clicky clicks, I don't know what the answer is, because just like having them kind of like randomly go away and then come back, I guess that's kind of interesting. Is it? I mean, not that frequently, obviously. I mean, if we were going to do that, how would we even do that? The sequential switch idea was a great one, but like, now we're really running out of modules. Let's see, we have sound sources. We have a kick drum, we've got plats, we've got pluck, we have our radio music, and then our sequential switch, and our LFO, and a VCA. Oh, we've got another VCA. That's the answer. Okay, so, yep, and it's a 2-channel VCA. So we could send both clicks through a second stage VCA. Like, we're sending it through. It's so wild that that is actually what's making the clicky sound. So anyway, it's going through that VCA, but we can send it through a second VCA to basically turn them on and off intermittently. But how are we going to do that? Let's just do something spontaneous that isn't, ideal, but it's a start. Okay, so we're gonna take them out of the mixer, go into the VCA, and then, wait, this is a new module, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, wait, oh, that's a different module, okay. In A, in B, VCA, VCB, VCA A, VCA B. And those are the outputs? Yeah, because it's in, control voltage, out. Okay. So input, output, and we hear nothing. It's like a very rudimentary VCA. There's like no knob or anything. You can only send it voltage. Let's just send it in LFO. What if I pronounce LFO LUFOs? Okay, so it's working, and now, slowly, it's gonna go away, almost, not yet. I'm watching the LFO. Yep, it just faded out. Okay, now it's totally gone. Silent. It's something. I mean, let's do it with the other one too. Oh, and I think maybe these inputs are normalized. Or not normalized, normal? No, they're not. I was thinking like, oops, wait, no, I put it into the control voltage. There we go. Yeah, because I think we can just send it one control voltage, so it would fade both of them out. Yep, they're going away. But that's boring. That's just like an LFO. It's just like, oh, here it is, and it's gone. Oh, now it's back. Oh, now it's gone again. We want something more like sporadic and unpredictable and like long term. And I can't really pull this off with the sequential switch. I could with one of them, but with the sequential switch, it's like, well, you have a bunch of inputs, but you only hear one of them at a time. Whereas like we have two sounds here that we want to hear at the same time. Yeah, we've got a VCA, we've got a sample and hold. But I guess, well, if we're gonna use the VCA, how can we make it more intermittent instead of just using this LFO? I guess. Oh, I know. We send the LFO into the sequential switch. Yeah. And then we send something that's like a very, very low probability to the sequential switch. Because the thing is, like, but see, this is kind of the problem. Because if you do that, oh no, yeah, I could just make it a two-step sequence. So then you're either hearing it or you're not. Because I was going to say, if there are like 3 empty slots, then you would like, if we set it so that there's a wide window where you do hear it, that means you would like never, ever, ever hear it. Because it would like be off and then always be off. So, yeah, that'll work. Okay, so our LFO is going to go into the sequential switch. And we're going to come out. I am literally almost out of patch cables. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 patch cables left. 7. Okay, so the LFO is going into there, and then the out goes back into the VCA where we had it. And it should be coming back now. Yep, there it is. And now So we could use pulses, but I feel like due to the speed of the Turing machine, that might be too frequent. I feel like maybe if we take a very slow LFO from our Batumi and use that to trigger the sequential switch between how slow the LFO activating the VCA is. Oh, there it is. Oh, well, because it hasn't switched yet. Yeah, it's like between how slow both of those LFOs are, but the fact that they're not, they're, okay, now it's off. I feel like we haven't heard the cello in forever. Now I'm like, I might want to hear that more frequently. I'll trigger it manually. I don't know what that was. Huh. It's actually kind of nice without the percussion. Oh, I had the white noise turned off. Yeah, so I feel like now... I feel like now it's like, okay. White noise. Maybe the white noise is too frequent. Jesus. The cello. Bass. And sine wave. The clicky percussion. But now everything is sort of very intermittent, and also randomly so. Like now and then you might hear it like, oh, it came in like twice in a row, and like now and then it might be like, oh, you're hearing this thing and this thing. Yeah, like the bass and the cello just came in at the exact same time. But that's just chance, because like they have nothing to do with each other, logically speaking. Oop. And the percussion's back. I feel, yeah, that's not the answer though. And it's gone. I feel like that's not the answer because, like, here, can I just like, no, because then you don't hear it at all. Maybe, can I just send it in offset? Oh no, I'm using all my tenuverters. What about this one? There we go. You know, because like I feel like when it's always on, this sound works. Because there are just these like little clicks, you know? But I feel like once it's intermittent, maybe that doesn't make as much sense. So it's like, how do you... Yeah, I guess it's like, how do you use this like clicky... I feel like the only way that this clicky percussion works is if it has more diversity in terms of its percussiveness. Like, rather than having it come in and out like the other ones, I want to hear it glitch. Like, I really want to hear it like freak out now and then. So I wonder, is there like anything? Is there anything that we can do? Says our outputs 1 and outputs 8. I mean, something we could do is just like play around with the settings, because if we find a setting that makes it freak out, we can send that control voltage. I just don't think with PAMs that there's anything we can do like that. See, this is the thing, it's like, when you're doing this kind of generative stuff, you wind up needing like a lot of random voltage sources. Like I've got random stuff from PAMs, I've got my Turing machine, technically I have white noise that you could sample and hold and get random stuff from. But now it's like, even though I have this nice random percussion, it's like, well, now I need something else to like make it like lose its shit. Yeah, I just don't think you can do that with PAMs. Let's see. I'm just gonna try things I haven't tried before. Like there's delay. Wait, and which one? I need to isolate which one we're actually affecting. I think it's the right ear. But let's find out. Yeah. Okay, so let's turn off the left ear so we can focus on the right ear. Oh! Holy cow. That's the answer. That's the answer right there. It's the multiplier. Oh my god. Yes, and you can control voltage it! Yeah, so now I think if we have the just like the delicate clicks, but then now and then randomly they just like... Not like that fast, because now we're getting into like almost like audio rates. Whoa, you can divide on PAMs by 512? Oh, that must be so that you can have things happen very intermittently. That would make a lot of sense. Because if like you have your clock at like 120 beats per minute, you could have like a divided by 512, and then you know that like, I don't know, every 20 minutes or whatever that is, that it'll trigger, but then you could also set random skips. I feel like I need another PAMs. It's just so useful, and it's so small, you know? And I don't mind the menu diviness, because it's like, once you get it, something set up, then, you know, you just don't touch it. And also, because it has control voltages, if you really wanted to have performativity to it, you could, you know, just send it an offset and have like a knob or something like that. But anyway. Okay. But here's the thing. If we control the modifier, let's do it to number 8 and see how that sounds. If we control the modifier with CV, the problem is we want it to stay here most of the time and only occasionally go up. And then when it goes up, we kind of want it to stay there. And I don't know how to do that. Cello! It's starting to get late. It's a school night. So how would we do that? Like, how can I make something that stays at a certain baseline and then only occasionally jumps up to somewhere else, stays there, and then comes back to the baseline eventually? I do not know. I really wish I knew the answer to that. I'm thinking through it, and I'm like, I literally have no idea. I would know how to do it with PAMs, actually. Like, if I had more outputs on PAMs, I could use it, I could self-patch it, because basically what you would do is make an output random voltage, and then you would set the level, like you would attenuate it, so it's basically, no, that doesn't work either. I was going to say you would attenuate it so it's only kind of going between two notes. Hello, Toto Robin, thank you for the follow. You know, but the range would be really small then. It would be like jumping between like two very small voltages, whereas what we're trying to do is jump from 4 to 24. So how do we do that? I mean, obviously in the LFO. So like, I don't know. Let's just start with like imperfection. So we're gonna set the modifier to CV1, CV1, okay. And CV1 is actually already being used for something, but I don't think it's important. Oh wait, so no, I can just leave that plugged in. And now let's just adjust the LFO. Yeah, see, this is not what we need, because as you can hear, it's kind of just like, it's actually like barely firing. I think CV1 is set to do something for output 1 as well. Okay, so let's change it to CV2, and let's just plug in an LFO and see what happens. Slowest one I have left. Yeah, it's just, you can tell it's just an LFO. It's just like going up, and it goes back down. So maybe, I wonder with, Batumi. Now, a sequencer is what would work, because then you could basically dial in a very, very specific voltage on one of the steps. And then, I don't know, you would just have like, oh yeah, you would have your baseline voltage, so our normal times 4 multiplier, or modifier, I think they call it. And then for like one step in the sequence, you would have it jump up to the times 24 that we were doing. So it would be like normal, and then you would just have to make sure it's a sequencer that has a randomization, so that it's not predictable. That's how you would do it. I don't have anything to do that. This is why kids never do modular. Because it's like, it's not even like gear acquisition syndrome. It's just like, I've reached a, like, not conceptual point. I've reached just like a functional point in my patch where I'm like, oh, I can see what I need to do. I just do not have the tool to do it. Literally. Like there is nothing here that can, oh, thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Make mistakes. The chat box is moving. It's been wonderful following along your patch, musing, and work. Thanks for sharing. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. I'm glad this was kind of interesting or something, maybe. Yeah, this stream this week is really different than it normally is. Normally I start from scratch, and it's like we get to a nice place, and then that's that. Whereas we started with something that was already developed, so it's been a pretty detail-oriented stream in terms of, yeah, just like trying to achieve perfection. But we're getting there, and I think we've learned a lot of really interesting techniques tonight. You know, the sample and hold trick I think is very interesting. Or not sample and hold, the sequential switch for the yeah, Golden Shrimp Guild. A bunch of those people popped up in my stream last week, which was super fun. There were like 4 people in here, which is like the most people I've ever had watching the stream all at once. I've only been doing this for like a few weeks. Streaming, that is, not modular. But yeah, it was super cool. It was really neat to find a whole group of folks on Twitch who are into modular. Or not just modular, synth stuff in general. Yeah, shout out to the Golden Shrimp Guild. Cool people. I don't know. I think I need to call it. It's been 3 hours. Yeah, it's getting late. But I'm still not finished with this patch. Like, am I just gonna order a module? Am I gonna order a sequencer so next week we can pick up where we left off? Cool, I am a fan of the group. If you do Discord, drop in. There's a Sunday raid train open to everyone. Would be wonderful to have you part of it. Cool, yeah. Yeah, because if I'm thinking about where we would take this next, it really is, it's 2 things. It's the getting the clicky percussion to do something glitchy and interesting, and I think we found the way to do that. It's this. It's like, well, it's not just that. I think you would need to like crank up the modifier to that really, just like for a really short period of time. You wouldn't just like leave it there, but just like do that intermittently. There's the cello. I think you would also maybe throw in some distortion or compression or something to like give it a little boost. I don't know. I'm gonna think on it. I'm also gonna play around with this patch throughout the week, and we'll see. Maybe I'll get sick of it. This is literally the longest I've had a patch. Like, what has it been? 2 days I've had this on here? That's the longest I've had a patch patched. And I love that about this granular module that, oh yeah, you really can't see it. I'm down here, my hand's down here. And, you can, well, I think you can see at least the button light up. You know, it's like, if I decide like, well, it's been a while since the cello came in, I'm gonna trigger it manually. That's the other thing. I want to think more about what are the performative elements. I mean, that's one. I love that. If folks who joined recently, when I was explaining at the very, very beginning, so the piano is being performed by Turing machine that's sending random voltages to the harmonic quantizer. So that's sending the quantized pitches out to create the chords, but also the quantizer is sending the gates out to actually play the notes. But the cool thing is, so it sends the gate every time it detects a note change for the root note, but I'm sending the random voltages from Turing machine through this octave changer first. And so because it looks for note changes, if I change the octave, it triggers the chord. So I think this week I'm going to work more on just like the general automation of the sonic diversity and find ways to get it feel more like it's a composition, but then also the performative elements. And then maybe a cool goal would be to develop that, and then next week maybe I'll just perform it, have a nice stream where it's like no yapping, just nice sound for a few hours. What granular module do you have? It is the Instro R bar. Really, really wonderful module that I have only scratched the surface on, truly. But yeah, it's great. It's made by Instro. I think I said that already. And if you've seen any of the other streams where I've given a little tour of the modules, you'll know I'm a real Instro fangirl. I love their stuff so much. And yeah, that's another thing. I want to delve a little more deeply into the R-bar manual. Well, and then also, I think, let's see. Yeah, so we still have the cello. Can we do pointillist sustains? I think that's the other thing. It would be nice to not just have the piano, maybe like some more some strings or something, because like I can play it on the MIDI keyboard, but I prefer not to. Want to do generative stuff. I wonder, you can't trigger. Yeah, I don't think you can trigger the key step with a control voltage. That's too bad. That would be nice. That would be one way I could do it. But yeah, really what I need to do is get a CV to MIDI. That would really open up a whole universe. I could have like 4 different instruments over on the computer. Also, then I could play around with maybe using VCV rack, because although it's nice to buy new modules, money is finite, unfortunately. Yeah, I forget what his name is. There's that great modular YouTuber. I want to say his name is Omri Cohen. But he does a ton of stuff where he communicates between his rack and VCV rack, and it's just smart. It's just smart to be able to do that, because it really it allows you to try out new modules before you've bought them to see if it's really the thing you need. But yeah, also you can just really do a lot of things. And also, normally, I don't like having my computer around when I'm playing with the synth, but if I'm streaming, it's right here anyway, so, yeah. So maybe that's another thing to think about. But yeah, who knows? Who knows what happens this week? Maybe I come up with a solution. I'm like, it's perfect. It's the perfect patch. I'm never buying any modules ever again. It's perfect. I also kind of want to, like, since I like this patch so much, I kind of want to clean it up. Like, get some like little cable management Velcro strips going and clean things up a little bit so you can actually get around more easily. Anyway, that's everything from me. I think this is it. I think from here, what I'm gonna do is take a step back and let this lovely machine serenade us, because after all, it is a generative system. And do we want the percussion? I think we don't. I think since we're kind of winding down, let's keep it nice and chill. So with that, thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been wonderful having you, and I'll see you next week.